Good morning here in the U.S. Welcome aboard Flying with Mike. Hey, we're getting ready to take off from Bangkok over in Thailand. And I did it again, but we'll just do this. Hope you can join us. We're headed to Taipei. Now, we are not at the new Bangkok airport. We're at the one PanAm would have served Don Mueang Airport, and we'll be traveling here shortly. We're in the Felis 747-200 Classic, and I hope you'll enjoy the flight. All right, as the music winds on, we hope y'all are having a great Christmas season. Yes, we're 5 days into it, which means Christmas is only 20 days away. Awesome! So can't wait. Love Christmas. Love this time of the year. And I hope you find some joy in it. Um, Hang on a second. So, but yeah, Merry Christmas to y'all. Hope y'all by now have gotten over the turkey and all the fixins that went into the stomachs and recovered and ready for the next round or two or three, depending how busy you are during the season. So, but anyway, I hope y'all really do find a way to find joy, find happiness, find um, find Jesus Christ during this time. It is his birthday coming up. Now, granted, I'll be honest, I can already hear you. Oh, he wasn't born here. We already know that. Okay. Down in the upper ranks there. That's right. Good chance he was born early on in the year. Uh, but there's a lot of people we don't celebrate on their birthday. So don't make that the litmus test. But I'll tell you this much, if you want faith, we all have it. I mean, right there is a verse on the screen for you. Faith is confidence in what we hope for and assurance what we do not see. You know, the Bible cites the wind. We see it, we feel it, we taste it, we know that's the wind. But we have no idea where it came from. We have no idea where it's coming. Meteorologists, they don't even have a clue. So come on. You have a lot of faith that that's the wind. But if you want the true test, if you're sitting down, look down at that chair. And the amount of faith it took you to plant your butt in it. I'd play the clip that I tell you all to go watch. It's from a movie. I don't recommend watching the whole movie. I liked it, actually, The Patriot, with Mel Gibson. But just watch the first 5 minutes. Actually, it may only be a minute long, but you'll get what I mean about having faith when you sit into a chair. You have a lot of faith that you won't fall through. So don't come to me as though there's no way I have any kind of faith. You have more faith in things than you have imagined in your life. I just mentioned two, and there's many, many more. So I really hope you take the time to get to know Jesus Christ. He is your only way to heaven, or as some call it, paradise. So, all right, well, let's get up in the cockpit and get to work. Give me a second here. Song sometimes just doesn't want to end. All right, there we go. Okay, so again, you have the clipper here. My bad. Oh, it's going to be one of those Fridays. You gotta love it. He mutes for you all, but not for himself. Actually, that's kind of a bit of a neat song we'll play here soon. But anyway, Clipper, PanAm, it is got a chance of coming back. I've heard a lot of good things about the new reincarnation. I think this is the 5th or 6th. No, I lost track. We had PanAm at the airport when I started, which was not this PanAm. This PanAm, the original PanAm, went out of business in the 90s. Couple of reiterations tried to take traction. 9/11 did a lot to, I was gonna find a better word, but I couldn't, so it just decimated one of them, the one that I was familiar with. But now we have another one out there, and this one could get PanAm at least back on the map as an airline, not the old. Well, it depends. I haven't read much about them, learned much about them. For all I know, they may be trying to be a lot like what we knew of PanAm. And many of you are probably have no idea what PanAm was. It was one of the big major airlines back in the, dare I say, 20s, 30s. The big thing they were known for were the Clippers, hence the call sign. The Clippers were actually seaplanes, and they went from the West Coast to the Far East. Granted, hopping through many places we learned more about during World War II. And these were big resort type hotels set up for when the Clippers came in. The passengers would go into a hotel room. When the Clipper was ready for the next day, they came back on, got on their plane. I mean, they took service to the highest levels next to corporate jets today. And it was a pretty phenomenal service they did. Slow, yeah, I mean, but considering the day and age, that was actually kind of fast when you think about it. I can actually go from San Francisco to Tokyo in a couple of days. Whoa, take a steamship, folks. Whoo, that's a good week or two. So that's the impetus of PanAm, and then it just blew into the jet age with the 707s, then the 747s, 727s. They even had some 737s. Then this thing called Airbus 300 came on the line. They got some of those. And I mean, it just blossomed into this huge airline. And mostly international. And that was also one of its Achilles heels, because when deregulation happened in the US, well, a lot of those airlines prior to that point, well, they didn't have a domestic, really solid domestic setup. And that was a huge Achilles heel in trying to get people. Because now the people demanded low fares. Back then, you'd have to pay $400, $500, $600. Now they want lower fares. You see that today, and many of those airlines either got bought out or just went out. And PanAm, and don't get me wrong, there were a couple of other blemishes to them, Lockerbie and a few others that did not help the situation. So, unfortunately, that's what happened to PanAm. And like I said, many of you in the sound of my voice probably never, ever heard of PanAm and the Clipper. But today, you just might. There are transatlantic flights flying under PanAm once again. Hopefully it takes traction. I really hope so. I really hope to see it come back. Hey, welcome aboard. I thought we had a welcome aboard here, and I was incorrect. Sorry about that, folks. So, with all of that history lesson, and I know I just bored a lot of you, I've had too much today. Let's crawl up in the cockpit, get acquainted with the Queen, shall we? And yes, this was called the Queen of the Skies. The King of the Skies, they're trying to put on the A380. I mean, it kind of fits the bill, but it kind of doesn't. There were a lot of 747-200s built, folks. Oh, and there's not that many A380s. So I don't know. I'm going to leave that to whoever puts those monikers on planes. But this was the Queen of the Sky. Don't know what would have been the king. 707, possibly? Um, Maybe one of the prop planes. I don't know, like Lockheed's Constellation or DC-6. I don't know. But the Queen of the Sky, we all know as the 747-200. And 400s, they got the ability to hear that too. All right, so let's get to work here. Actually, there isn't a lot to do. I've already done most of it. I've got the aircraft ready to go cockpit-wise. LTN-wise is loaded, ready to go. Hopefully we have a little better experience with it. And then finally, what's really all left to do, we are updated to 1.2.9 for Felis. And I got to go out to the store and see if the cargo version's available. I think it might be, but we'll see. They may still be prepping what I have for it. Don't know. But anyway, let's do a quick look at this. We'll start with a quick glimpse of this. Remember it, test on it, folks. No. Always wanted to say that. There'll be a test of the emergency broadcast system. No. All right, so here you go. We are, by the way, on VATSIM spot 46, so you all can rush and try and take it over. Here, let's one more look at the airport. Hang on. So we have a T. Okay, that I wasn't ready for. Okay, my phone just buzzed and buzzed pretty loud. Looks like a TLM straight ahead of us. Is that supposed to be confused with KLM? I don't know. But anyway, so give you a good lay. This is the original airport in Bangkok. The other one came about Thai Airways. Excuse me, folks. Just wrapping up my nearly wrapped up first week back to work. Oh, still feeling it. Huh. All right, sorry about that cough. All right, let me get Sim Toolkit back up here. But anyway, the original airport, Thai Airways, exploded into what you know today, and hence the other airport plus other uh, airport or airlines in the region also just took off, and they needed more room and more runways. All right, so here we go. So here's the routing, just shy under here. Let me just pull it out. You can see. Now, we are running about 12 hours earlier than right now, mainly so we can see the aircraft in the daylight. That's pretty much why. And I also prefer running daylight. 63,000 pounds of payload, 95,000 pounds of fuel, 284. That's the only rock solid number up here. You'll see what I mean in a minute. And our cargo is way more than this, 13 or 14,000. However, that will be our route. And we are planning 3 right, landing 5 right. I think. We'll see when we get there. Mach 0.85, and we get to fly at 39,000 feet. Not a bad gig. All right, weather. Well, kind of useless because, like I said, with X-Plane, you can now set the weather back in time, and it should portray it. We'll see. Winds are here out of the northwest, 340, actually nearly north, 340 at 4. Um, but again, that's all relative because it'll be what the weather is right now. And I'll show you. Oh, man. All right, so here we are down here. We're flying up to there. So how many of you remembered the numbers? I know there's probably a couple of you out there that might have with those kind of photogenic memories. Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's our 284. Told you that was a solid number. Everything else is not. Okay, so when you come in here, this is just a calculator. Now, there is a thing called instant load on it. I don't know how well it works. I don't want to try it. But it basically, what I use this page for is just that, calculating what I'm going to be putting on. So in this case, we know we got a 1,500-mile trip. If you don't, look it up on SimBrief. It's 1,440 something. And it technically could be round up to 1,450, but I'm adding, gives us 50 more miles of fuel. Flight level 390. Cool. Tailwind. Yes. Average wind today is 230. Bear with me. I'm pulling it up. 230 at, let's call it 30. So yeah, we have a tailwind. Alternate is 150 miles away. Continuous fuel 10%, and our taxi both out from here and in to Taipei about 30 minutes. Now, why? Okay, over here, you actually tell it what you want. So to get to 284, I hit 75% and then adjusted these numbers to make that. Cargo. Now, you could run with 13,900 and probably our CEO would be thumbs up with it. I, on the other hand, overachieve. I want more cargo back there. So today we actually loaded on 50% cargo preset, which leads us to numbers like these. Normally we're at 32,000 total. Today, we'll look at the load sheet. We're running just about as many pounds that are in the passenger portion of the plane underneath the plane and the cargo. Notice he should be very happy. We're going to bring in some, hopefully, in some revenue. I don't know how this new system works that way. Theoretically, that's how it should be. I mean, out in the Far East, there is so much cargo moving around. Well, it's ridiculous because you see it here. How much is U.S. made? And that is a sad statement. Not much. Most of it's made Taiwan, Bangkok, China, Japan, China, Philippines. I mean, over here, they're doing a lot of work that, people like me could be doing who are looking for work. But that's for another flight. But yeah, there is a lot of cargo. There was a great show on in the early first decade of the 2000s, The Secrets of Air Freight. This probably was before 2006, 7, or 8. Why? Because Northwest Airlines is gone. They got a big feature in it. But so did FedEx, so did UPS, and the Far East. And you could see how much cargo is moved. Unbelievable. And it's, well, analogous, except in number, to how much freight is moved on the U.S. highways here every single day. Each truck 80,000 pounds. Each plane, okay, maybe 80,000 metric tons. I don't want to play in that world. It always gets me in trouble. But yeah, so it's analogous in that way. Um, so let's figure out where we are and get this thing going. Now, the one key thing to take away, calculator. Oh, sorry. This just again calculates. Refuel loads. Payload loads. Always click load data ship. Bleh. Now I got the hiccups. Use data sheet always. That'll get your numbers current. And then I hit instant refuel. This was like 70,000 pounds going in. Oh, I hit refuel. Hit payload. Same thing. Here's everything going in. 14 people. Currently 0 and 0. So you have to decide, do we instantly load and board or do we not? Normally, I'm trying to think. Normally, I would hit board and load, but we're like pretty ready to push. So I'm going to do instant. So that instantly put 284 people, which the pilots would love, and so would the crews, because now we can push back on time all the time. Or let's rephrase that. On time, still maybe all the time. But yeah, that's what the instant does. Board load, you're going to get it like it's real. So those straggly passengers, yeah, you get straggly passengers. Takes about anywhere from 2 to 5 minutes to load the people. Cargo, about a minute or two, depending how much. Cool thing is, when they're done, the doors closed. In this case, they did not. And to prove it, they're still up. Now, if you want to have fun, you could come down, click. Where's the click mark at? And do it from the outside. Surprise, surprise. I don't know how to get the bulk one to do that. But I do know I can go here, hit that little house, go to ground, close it. And now it's closed. One other thing, when you start this plane up, when you first fire it up, I recommend getting the jetway to the airplane, and that'll get the X-plane GPU connected. If you're not in a jetway gate, you'll have to hit connect GPU or whatever it is, ground, however it says it elsewhere. You have to have that to get the cargo doors open. Okay. But yeah, there you go. We're ready to back it out, I think. Let's refresh my memory where I was. All right. Oh, I did want to show you. Here's how we're going to be finding our airport information. Right here on the map. Currently 10:16, and here's our wind 070 at 5. Visibility more than 10, sky condition looks good. So that's how we'll do it when we're in this mode. Now, with VATSIM, and we are on VATSIM, like I told you, be careful. If you're using past weather, there is always, especially this time, winter, things could change drastically. You're trying to come in with a southerly wind and VATSIM's on a northerly wind. Oh, not good. Especially depending where, it could be very breezy. Enjoy the tailwind landing because you're not going to probably get it. So just be mindful of that, okay? But it's a really great feature. I like it. If I know of a thunderstorm complex that came through, um, I could go in here and set up for it. 16, 16, 400. Zoom in. All right, here we go. Okay, we got the LTN ready to go. We got, oh, the only thing left is right here. We were working on that. Everything should be checked, ready to go. Well, you know what? Let's just do it the easy way. No, I'm not going to run them. Well, let's see. No, would be good because that's how you catch things. We were getting caught a lot where certain, well, and it was this morning that way when I started. Wherever switches were when you shut off, it saves it for the next time, including when there are updates. So y'all can say, well, that kind of stinks. No, not really. That's kind of cool. So you just got to go through and do the procedures. But that's what I'm doing here by reading through. Okay, window heat, good. Oh, wait, window heat is not on. Matter of fact, was not tested. Okay, wing ice, good. Wing ice off. Okay. All right, everything looks good here, light bulb wise. And we're set, ready to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
All right. I think we're ready to go because I did not do the overhead panel. Let me double check. Okay. Before I screw up, I didn't almost came very close. I do not have the APU on, so when I would click remove the jetways, guess what happens? Poof, the power goes off. Okay, I think everything is now in order, and all right, let's get to work, shall we? All right.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up. Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Okay, ACARS is running. Everything's ready to go.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Chocks removed.
Okay, now, like I said, we could have gone through the checklist. I'm going to double check before we get going again. Okay. Um, we'll talk about this panel in flight. But for startup, what you see is a good startup here. The goal, keep fuel in each of the tanks. And we'll talk about that en route. Right now, we're set up to go to Taipei. But if, say, we were going to Guam, there's a good chance we'd have a lot more fuel here. We would set up differently. Okay, just so you know. Let's get this thing going. Oh, wait, we got one more check. I just realized. Laps 30. All right. This is when it also kind of stinky because you got to do this and kind of write what you want down. 1016. Winds are now light variable, 10 miles, 33. I think temperature is all I need, 26. Okay, so again, load your data, get the right numbers. Runway here. The right side is 11,500. Huh, weird. Okay, we'll take off on that side, don't care. Airport's probably like 9, so take it down to 0. We're going to go 070. Oh, wait, 030. Dry, it's 26. And, gee, I don't really... All right, so there you go. So, what the heck? Wow, it even stayed there. Holy mackerel. Hang on. Bear with me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, folks. Sorry about that. I've had a stomach flu here for the last couple of weeks, and yeah, it just will not go. I thought it was, but it's come back with a vengeance. So my apologies for that quick run out. Pardon the language there too, because oh, anyway, yeah, it's been a rough couple weeks, and hope to get through it. All right, so let's get the right numbers now. We said 26 and 30. And when we'll go 070, that was our last report. We'll put it at 2 to make it calm. This would possibly be an interesting read data from Sim. I may try that here one day. All right, so now let's set the bugs. Okay, so we're looking at 3.5 on the Stabe, 14 pitch on the takeoff, and 309 above 10,000 feet. Should use about half of the runway. We'll see. Speed bugs look good. We're ready to go. Again, sorry for that delay. That was my fault. One, I thought we could make it. Nope. The funny thing is, I could be sitting on a toilet and you all wouldn't know it because I refused to put a camera up. And you wouldn't want to see it. All right, enough of that. That was pretty gross. But real quick before I click, we're going backwards. We are flying for PanAm Virtual today. It's a great VA. It's kind of new. We've been around a couple of years, but we're using the same system that airlines like Virtual American, Piedmont, and a few others that are out there. It's a really, really good system. We don't have it dialed up realistically as much as some of them do. You could run pretty realistic with it. So I hope you give us a look at famsys.io/register/PAA. And with the completion of that song, let's go ahead and tell it we can push back. Let me just verify something real quick. Set chocks. And we'll also look outside. Don't worry. I always double check that we are indeed ready to go. We are. Okay, parking brake off.
Parking brake released.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Cabin crew, arm slides.
All doors are closed and armed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your chief flight attendant. And on behalf of our captain and the entire crew, I wish you welcome on board.
Okay, let's start them up.
Ready to start the engines.
Ready for engine start.
Okay, for engine start, like most Boeings, turn your bleeds all off. I'm sorry, packs all off. Engine bleeds on. And everything is set up down there.
Starting engine 3.
Start of open.
There are
20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Starter off.
In the event of a decompression, oxygen mask will appear automatically in front of you. To start the flow of oxygen, pull the mask to
Engine stabilized.
place the mask over nose and mouth.
Okay,
Adjust the headband and breathe normally.
let's get number 4 turning.
Starting engine 4.
Oxygen is flowing.
Starter valve open.
If you are traveling with children or someone who requires assistance,
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
helping out,
Parking brake set.
keep your mask on,
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
remove it. In the event of
20% and 2.
please assume
Fuel
the
on.
position.
Lights up.
Lean forward with your hands on top of your head and your elbows against your thighs. Ensure your feet are firmly placed. A life vest is located under your seat or between the armrests. When instructed, open the plastic bag and remove the vest. Slip your
Starter
vest
off.
through the opening, fasten the strap around your back and attach it in front. We are at the door opening. Inflate your life vest by
Engine
pressing the
stabilized.
red tag. More air can be added by blowing
Starting engine 1.
using the whistle
Starter valve open.
to attract attention. All electronic devices must be set in airplane mode during flight until further notice upon arrival.
Tow
Now
is
you-
disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the left. We'll see you next time.
20% and 2.
Have a safe flight.
Tampering with smoke detectors
Fuel on.
located
Lights
to the
up.
left street is prohibited.
All right, you may have noticed you don't see anything dialing here when we're, waiting for it. Flight engineers doing all that work back there. He does all of it. You can watch it over here. We're actually out of range of engine 1, but it's these top row gauges, and you would watch it spool up if you so choose, or like me, just choose for him to tell you.
Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open. %, and 2.
Fuel on. Lights up.
All right, all 4 are burning right now.
Starter off.
One of the features that VAMSys gives the pilots. I haven't figured out if there's a way to put it out for you all.
Engine stabilized.
And we've got the engines stabilized, so let's get the power going first and I'll talk. Okay, gen's on, just in case we have troubles. All right, and bleed off. Hydraulics are on. APU off. All right, one of the neat features is some of the airlines have really got into is the sound effects. They can put on the boarding music. If you flew for sure in the 80s and 90s, they always had something going over the speakers while y'all boarded. Then the safety message, usually back then by a flight attendant. Personally, today, many of the bigger airlines, you get a video. But airlines like Allegiant still talk to you, Southwest. Matter of fact, Southwest is known for some of its hygienics. They do on them. So let's get the flight directors on. All right, we're at the point here where we can click over to checklists. Run it.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine NDIs.
Off.
Electrical panel. Check. Pack valves. Let's see. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Okay, I'm going to do a couple things here, like set flaps 20.
Flaps 20.
And our trim, double check it. Yeah, I don't know why things get blurry on my system. It's got to be probably I'm dialed up too high on something. But yeah, they do. Okay, our initial climb on the UK or upcup 1 Delta departure. Do we have such an animal? No. Okay, so looks like we're going to set in 39,000 feet. Okay, flaps 20. All right. Also, I want to do... All right. Okay, we're checking using this gauge right here our surfaces. Now, of course, Airbus, you could look at the primary flight display and see how they're doing too, but then I recommend getting it out of your face. Unfortunately, the pilots can't rip the yoke console out. But yeah, it really can get in the way and confuse a lot of people. Now, I do this last check for 2 reasons. Freedom of movement in the cockpit. Okay, yeah, it's free there. But more importantly, in my cockpit, glass of water, coffee, all of that. Cell phone gets in the way sometimes. So I like to do that check to make sure that I won't hit anything if I really need it. And then you just click this black bar and it's gone. Okay, I think we're ready for it. Probe heats on, flight controls, check seatbelts, APU, fuel, aft cargo heats. The only thing I forgot. All right, let's get over here and start it.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 20.
Flaps 20.
Takeoff data. EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Stabilizer trim.
Hold on.
And what it means, and this I don't understand. They can explain it better why there's a switch
Set in green band.
to extend the green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
Oh, what's this airport called? Hang on. Let's see if we get a better name. All right, let's try it. Mueang International Area Traffic, Clipper 800 taxiing to runway 3 right.
Parking brake released.
7 ready.
All right. Welcome aboard. Again, the flight is Clipper 800, taxiing right now to runway 3 right. And it says not used. Why is it not used? I'm trying to see if they're going to give any wins. No, METAR. 350. What? Oh, they're playing that game. Got it. Okay, no biggie. That's on the IVAO network. We do not have a controller at our airport. Now, VTBS, the other more used airport, yeah, they have a controller. You know, it's kind of fun to look at these here. I'm going to just say it. Here's what I mean. It's kind of fun. Take a look at this chart. Stand by, folks. I just heard a crash in the house. Stand by. I don't want a gallbladder issue. All right, thought I had myself muted, and either I was muted prior or whatever. But, yeah, no, my wife just dropped a small thing. But no, what I was getting back to here, take a look at 3 right, which we're getting ready to go on. Thick, thin. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Actually, there's a row of trees. I wonder if that's for real. Anyway, just some things I notice. All right, let's see. 3 right. Uh-oh. I just missed my taxiway. See if there's a hole we can go up in. Oh. It does not appear so. And I'm set up for no aircraft drawn here. Looks like 3-0 left now. No biggie. Runways are the same length. Okay, no, this one's a little longer, but we're good. We're set for the other one. That'll work. And Bangkok area traffic, Clipper 800 departing. My bad, 3 left now. Up Cup, 1 Delta departure. Missed my taxiway.
Parking brake set.
Okay, brake is set. All right, let's first get our lights on, strobes on. That's all good.
Cabin crew, take your seats.
Okay, go back to here. Go next. All right, let's also try something new here. I did set EPR, didn't I?
Parking brake released.
Stabilized. Thrust set.
knots. V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up.
And we're away.
Gears up.
Well, thank you. Pratt PT6, welcome in.
Flaps 5. Flaps 1. Flaps up. After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever.
Off.
Landing and logo lights.
Damn.
And it'll sit there till we get to where I can turn them off. All right, so we're in INS. Let's take a look at how we're tracking. All right, that's not the way it's supposed to go. Gonna wait. Yeah, we turned the wrong way. Hang on.
Off.
Ignition.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking sign.
Check.
Back valves. This.
10,000.
Open. Fuel heat. Let's see. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
Kind of funny looking there at VTBS. All right, we're going to see if this works. I screwed up and I know it. Okay, there's 11,000, which is transition here. All right, we got the pressure set to the right altitude now as we climb through 12,000. And we'll leave the radar altimeter alone for the moment. Kind of watching our track here. We'll see how we do. And we're on our way, folks. 8 minutes into the flight. I hope you enjoyed watching my mistakes, and I always make them. One of the New Year resolutions, I plan to fly this plane a lot more. And it just sometimes finding routes for them is hard with my virtual airlines. Not to say it's impossible, but I can find them. Marco. Hey, Matt, 1997. Welcome. So, but yeah, that's going to be one of our New Year. Try to fly this aircraft more and have fun. That's the key in any flight simulation. Folks, have fun. Oh, we got a little fast. And again, all we're going to do is put it in IAS over here, and all it's going to do is not hold, it's going to hold the speed, but it does it. You set the power, in this case, you set it, and then the pitch of the aircraft will keep it on track. Now, when I put the, hang on, I'll show it to you. The EPR machine, oh, I gotta love it. You know what? There's a better way. We'll show it another way. We put the EPR on, and by the way, just so y'all know, that's right above the trim here. That's what it looks like. We'll put it in speed or Mach, and then it will actually, with the throttle, hold whatever's set. Not necessarily in the window, but when you click it. All right, we're climbing out. Eating some pumpkin pie for lunch dessert. Oh, leftovers, huh? No. Just kidding. For all I know, it could be fresh. I'm not a big pumpkin pie fan, or actually desserts at all. Cherry pie, chocolate pie, and yellow cake. Maybe white icing, depending what it is, or chocolate. Pretty tough. Oh, it is leftovers. Yep, and we'll get to say that till mid to late January. It's so good, I ain't complaining. uh, yeah, we drove back through West Virginia on our way back from Pennsylvania last week, or Saturday actually. I'm not going to be taking I-79 anytime soon. I remember why I hated it as a truck driver, and I still hate it. Just way too windy. Not a pie crust fan. Ah, okay. I-68 was even worse on the windiness. But with the snow and what we were hearing going on in Indiana, it ended up being the better choice. But, oh, that would be the only reason I ever run those two routes. We drove from 79, let's see, 79 would have been Morgantown, I believe, all the way to Charlietown, where we picked up 64. Way too long. I think the part about that route I hate is so long for what you would think would be so short. It's not. Yeah, we did say hi. You just didn't say hi back. You were just eating more leftover pumpkin pie. Oh, but no. Yeah, we cut through Charlietown. I figured that'd be better than the other alternate I had in mind was going from Columbus down to Louisville on 71. But that would put us up close to where they were really talking some high numbers of snow. That's why I chose the way we did. And we're turning. Hang on, let me make sure we're turning the right way. Okay, good. We are. We're on course. It's always a good thing, especially here. No, we were actually coming from Harrisburg. And I thought when I read the map, I-99 connected to 68. It's, I guess, still under construction in many parts. But it's a good two-lane road, don't get me wrong. Really good running two-lane road, 220. But no, we're going back, so we're going from Pennsylvania back. And I thought about 77, but that comes into 79 somewhere before, or maybe I got them wrong. Anyway, that was another one. So, yeah, we're not going to do 79 ever again, or 68. I don't mind the hills, although being a truck driver and how slow I used to go up those hills, yeah, it gets a little like, ooh, this is just a little too fast. But it was fun. That's, I mean, we made it what it was, and know in the back of our mind, that's what well, again, that is a really good way to do it right there. Take I-81 to I-70 to 68. The other option is if you want to pay a little bit, go to Breezewood on the turnpike, drop down. You're not on it very long from Harrisburg, but either way works. And then 68 to 79 to 64. But, oh, don't get me wrong. It's probably a very beautiful run on I-68. And I probably remember that as a truck driver. The windy curviness of it and all of that just got, so old. But anyway, like I said, we made it back. But yeah, that's a good route there too. All right, we are on course. And where are we at to climb? Oh, we're through getting to flight level 250. Ah, Morgantown. That looks like a, you know, and the other thing, by the way, folks, this is another thing you're getting a little, what's coming with Flying with Mike. A lot of airports there. I remember flying out of, I don't know if I went to Morgantown, but a few I drove by. I didn't go see them, but I used to fly out of Athens to them on the cross countries we had to do. And yeah, we're going to go revisit them. Maybe in airliners, maybe elsewise. Along with some of Western Asia airports along the Turkish, what is that sea called? I can't remember now off the top of my head. But that Corey put us on. We're going to try a couple of those. See what they're like. So it's little upcoming knowledge. What was the other one I just looked up? Oh, yeah, we'll be getting to that with some Air Force here shortly. Some of the old military bases that are actually still alive, but just not military anymore. Charlottetown. Yep, Charleston, West Virginia. Been through that town. You know, it's one of those. Told my dad, he doesn't believe me. I said, once the snow kicks on in West Virginia, it's very hard to turn it off until April. Every single trip. And sometimes it was 2 and 3 a week through there with Victory Express. It was always snowing. I was like, oh, come on. But, hey, I'll take I-64 from Charleston to Beckley, where it cuts towards Virginia. That is some nice running road. Like it. Easy. Was very nice, very comfortable to drive. I like those. And then there was sandstone. Ugh. Oh, well. I know a lot of you are going, what? Yeah, names of grades we had to do. Aw, come on. You can't do some flying in this. Yep, see, right there. Weather and snow. Yeah, West Virginia, it turns on, it never turns off. Y'all thought the lakes were bad? Oh, I just never in the wintertime got through West Virginia without snow. But yeah, I know where you're talking. I remember flying out of the Aero Club at Wright Pat in Dayton. You know, we got some good flying days in the winter, but they are far and few between. Oh, the good old days, as I call it, when I used to be able to fly. All right, 28 and climbing. But now we're flying in the tropics. Ah, let me just open the window up and take in the nice warm air. Oh, me, oh my. So we are in X-Plane 12. This is 0.3.2, the release client. There were no betas, I believe, for 0.2. And all 0.2, if you're all, you know, I remember when we flew the flight Tuesday. I believe it was Tuesday. It had released. And I know people out there that, oh my gosh, I got to shut down and restart so I could be in the new one. The new one, which all of you should have once you fire up X-Plane, should be in. It's just a beginning path towards the X-Plane store to be available to us here. I don't know what all that means. I know those of you on the other sim have an idea, because I believe that sim has something like that or not. I don't know. But then today, they released the pathway of what's coming. I'm going to go ahead and get into my voice channel here. But yeah, they released to give you an idea what 4.0 has ahead. So I guess that's what's next. All right, I'm trying to get to my general channel. Here we go. See how this types in. Those curious with X-Plane where it heads to next, that was not what I was looking for. Let me try something else. I'm glad I tested it before pushing it out. That's what maybe that's what it did do. I don't know. We'll find out here. But if you click the link there, it'll give you an idea where they're headed, give you a backtrack through the year of 2025 and where they're headed with 4.0, and a little tease and beyond. Not much. All right, and as I look ahead on this flight, actually, I'll let you all do, whoa. I'll show you where the whoa came from here, and give me a second. Here it comes. Boy, look at the Philippines. Holy mackerel. They got a typhoon? Doesn't look like one, but man. Looks like some fun flying there, or not flying. That's actually Manila. Holy mackerel. So, but anyway, there you have it, folks, what we're doing. We are the green blob right here, highlighting my route so you can see. And got some showers offshore. Now, there's a possibility they could impact our flight. Again, remember, I'm 12 hours back, both time and weather. So, got to always be careful with that. But just so you know, we are rolled back for it. All right, let's take a look outside. I may have to adjust that camera. All right, and just putting a clip together here for this one. Hang on, bear with me a second. So we are on our way, and hope you all enjoy the flight. Perfect. All right. So yeah, we're on our way. Let's see how much time. Got about 2 hours and 15 or so minutes to go. All right, and clear skies ahead. Not bad. That's what we kind of sort of like. Unlike some of what we've done here of late with the low ceiling approaches, we could get one here in the very near future. The next time we fly this plane, as part of our vintage military base adventures. So see if I can bring. Oh yeah, let's get. We are still not leveled out. Okay. Get her slowed to 8.5 and then we'll turn the auto throttle back on. Oh, and we are going down. Okay, let's get her up to 8.5. We're not going to hold the speed. We're going to just use the pitch again. Although, I might. All right. So we are in climb. Here, let me show you how you can tell. This gauge right here tells you your incline, your EPRL, and what the air temperature outside is. So if we were in clouds, yeah, you might want to think about ice. But yeah, now we're held. We're going to try to make 39,000. Let's take a look at our fuel. Doing good. Again, let's kind of go over this. And I'm going to try to do it my best way. If we're going, say, like I took here, Bangkok to, say, Tokyo, maybe, definitely Guam, we'd have more fuel in our center tanks than our 1 and 4. They'd be, well, we could actually be pretty even. All right, we want to burn our center, our left and right, number 1, number 4, down. Oh, I have to do it because it's hard for me to think and do it. We'd leave them at where they're at once we're airborne. Okay, once we get ourselves situated. Now, granted, realize there's a guy who actually sits here, so he could be doing this right after takeoff. But we're going to have it set up pretty close to this so they're all burning down. Okay, you want to keep about a 4,000 pound-ish spread between your 1 and 4 need to be that much lower than your 2 and 3. Why? When you hit descent, you're going to open up your reserves. So that ballpark at 4,000 dumps in as you follow the lines. Now, if by chance, say you're going, well, here's a good one. Super long distance where you're maxed out, center tank has fuel in it. Your max 1, 2, 3, and 4 are maxed up. Center tank has some. You'll burn the center first. So what you'll do is turn on your 2 crossfeeds here so that all the engines are filling that crossfeed pipe. So all the engines are getting fuel. Then turn off the pumps to the outside. Why? That'll keep them at, and Felis, help me. I wish you were on here to help me. 34,000, 38,000, somewhere in that parlay, wherever they're full at. The middle 2 and 4, will be up close to 80,000 pounds. So we're going to burn the center tank down. When it gets to, so we'll keep the center tank on, keep the other 2 pumps on. As it gets down to 2,000, we'll tick the scavenger pump on. It'll still distribute to all 4 tanks. When it gets to a certain point, the center tanks will start coming down. This can only happen, folks, if all 4 crossfeed valves are open. Follow the piping. It's pretty, that's what helps me. And then once you get down to where you have that 4,000-ish spread, then kick on your boost pumps. And then you can begin to, you know, some go to 3 of these off. I get a little nervous. This is my tank to engine. But technically, tank to engine is either this crossfeed as well or that one. Most opt for the one between 3 and 4. And then when you start your descent, you should open your reserves, but as long as you're in your descent, open them and empty the tank out. And then when you land, you close those, taxi in. Very rough, very hard to do when you don't see it. So I do have plans for a long flight, and this may be the plane I plan to fly it in, coming up before the end of the year. So I will give plenty warning when that's coming. So those of you curious about the fuel management and all in the plane, we should have to go through the majority of it. I'm not sure if the center tank will have fuel in it, but we'll get the majority of fuel management. Q8 made a really good video on that. If you want to grab it ahead of time, go through it, because there's a lot to it in this plane. That flight engineer does a lot. I love the kid that you got, the captain over here and the first officer, the two pretty boys that everyone thinks, oh, you made my flight just so wonderful. Well, that's because the guy doing all of that wonderfulness never is seen with the passengers that much. The flight engineer, this is his station, folks. He controls the monitors engines, monitors pressurization, all of that, hydraulics, fire suppression, fuel. He has a massive job. He also works to make sure there's enough, he works the tanks to make sure you make your destination. The two pretty boys up here have to make sure they program it right and visually acquire it correctly, because they have landed at some wrong airports every now and then. All right. So we are getting up to 39,000. We're climbing at about 200 to 300 feet a minute. It'll get there. And then what I am going to do right now, let's dial this down. Well, just about there. And I am going to go ahead, click to mock hold. Also, make sure you turn on altitude select. If you don't, you'll blow through the altitude, either going up or going down. Going down could be a little tricky. And I will warn you, it usually will kick out close to turning onto, or if not, on final. So if you haven't grabbed the glide slope yet, take a look over there. School of Hard Knocks that Flying with Mike has learned with this airplane. So, but it's a fun plane. I enjoy it. We're holding at 0.85. We're going to level here in about 100 feet, and we'll switch into cruise. All right, and she is now working into, looks like 0.851. All right, we're going to drop down, select cruise. And right now, I don't know of any weather out there. Problem is, I could pull it up on Navigraph. It won't be there. I really wish you guys could hear this stuff. Great job there, Spaceman. Great job. All right, just had to tell them that. Always catches me off guard, but it's so cool. That's such a great feature. The BAMSys crew came up with their ACARS Pegasus system. Just a great thing. Like I said, one of these days I will try it, see if I don't get flagged, and let you all be able to hear it. All right, we are in cruise. Only took 50 minutes or so to get up to cruise altitude. In-flight duty-free shop. Gotta love it. Boy, the old days. Never flew PanAm. I'll be honest. Flew TWA a lot, but not PanAm. Flew Piedmont, actually, a lot. When it was an actual airline and not a regional carrier for US Air or American. And wow, brings back some memories. But anyway, we're on cruise. We are 2 hours out of Taipei. Will there be weather to greet us? We'll find out as we get very close. Yeah, we'll be fine. Not too worried about the winds. But you never know. But right now we got some pretty decent weather here. What are we at about? I forgot what our latitude launch was. Hang on. -15 degrees north of the equator. So, yeah. Now, one other thing you would be doing, and I'm not doing it right now, mainly because, well, I could, I guess. I'm running where the simple GPS navigation system is in place, not the FMCs, the LTNs. What does the simple do? It just keeps you always, even when you're out over the ocean and the INS drift really occurs, it keeps you centered at all times off satellites that did not exist with this plane. So what you would do is, I think real INS is what it's called. I'll show it on the ground if I remember. I think I might set it up for the next trip. Might be interesting to work with, get used to it again. Like I said, if you switch into the, and then there's other things you got to do to your INS to properly keep it aligned. There are some great videos out there. Yours truly deleted those links, and I should have made them a command, and I didn't. So forgive me for that. I will try to get my grubby paws back on them and set that up, because when I fly this plane, those need to come up. It's a learning guide. I believe the content provider's name was Brain Gamers or Brain Games, something like that. Really, he had one quick get the plane going with it and one long format going. Now, both are short flights, but he really gets into it with the down. He gets deep into the weeds. So very, very informative. Both are very informative, but that second one, it's close to 3 hours in length, but you'll learn quite a bit about the LTN system. Kind of look at LTN as this. When the 747-200 came out in the 70s, I believe, early 70s, on the heels of the 100, that's CNS or SIVA INS system. So you're just putting coordinates in for each of your fixes, lat long coordinates. Very tedious, very tiresome, because you can only put 9. That's it, in one box. You can't use the other 2 boxes. Now, a system did come along that the other 2 boxes could be used, but most preferred just the one. Obviously, simplistic. LTN comes along at the point when the 200, late 70s, when the 400 is imagining and coming out. We're starting to see the nav displays and PFDs starting to show up. But the LTN comes up just before them. Now, what's the difference? I told you 2 of them actually. SIVA, you could only put in lat long, latitude, longitude coordinates. 9 of them. And as the flight progressed, you would put, 1 drops, 1 can go in. LTN allowed you 98 fixes. So 98 points to navigate to could be put in. Hey, we're getting a lot easier on these guys flying long distances. Add to it. Now, SIVA, lat long only. LTN, oh yeah, you could put lat long in, but you could also put a fix name in. You could also put a VOR identifier in, NDB identifier, airport identifier. Very big difference there. The only thing you could not do that you would then be able to do in the FMCs, well, 2 things. One, you can't put like, let's take, for instance, we took off. You heard me say up cup 1 delta. You can't put that in, and those fixes would populate. You had to put each one in. For another instance, we're coming in, I believe, Tonga 1 Alpha, and it would be typed in on an FMS, Tango November 1 Alpha. And then all those fixes, I don't know how many are to it right now, would populate. You can't do that with SIVA, but you can with LTN. The only other thing now the big thing you cannot do in LTN is vertical navigation. That would come with the FMCs. Just like SIVA, LTN, you could not put a altitude on that fix. But it does open the door up to RNAV approaches. Okay, so again, you, the pilot, would have to control the stair step down, but the aircraft is flying the RNAV approach. So technically RNP you could not do because you don't have that ability for the vertical column, just the lateral. But you could fly with you controlling. It was a big step. And then of course with the 400, which I think some carriers did modify the 200 to handle FMCs. Don't quote me on that, but then you would get some of the vertical navigation that the 400 does have. So, little bit of a rundown of what the LTN is. 14.6. Now, that's what you would be doing right now. You would be making sure both of these are green, getting yourself into the, getting that INS drift back on course. Because once you get away from a VOR, and believe me, the North Atlantic, it does happen, you are flying, you're flying by the coordinates. And until you get the VORs to pinpoint you, realign you, so to speak, you get a little off course. And then it'll rein you in. So like when you go out of JFK, I forget where St. John's and them, you lose. But as you get close to the Irish coast, you start tuning in to bring that drift back into parameters where you're okay, where you're on your route again. So yeah, over the Atlantic, you got aircraft that could show this line going across, and they're flight planned line, and they're offset, not because they offset the plane. It's because the INS has a drift until it gets back into alignment. Brain games are those videos really help to show and explain to some degree. I mean, there were some mistakes I even saw, but I'm not going to say it to the guy, because you know what? He may 100% have been perfectly right, and my newbiness to it was 100% wrong. So follow what the man says. He's really good at it. All right, so why can't I pick that up? Hang on, did I get the right frequency? 4. That would help. There we go. Now, you also have this one. Not sure what it is. Fubei 15.8. Now, again, we're doing it by the GPS, so it doesn't matter. But you would just tune it in. And now this would be updating if the lights go green. There are other conditions that keep them. You got to be certain distances from them. They got to be strong enough and so forth for all of that to come into play. And one other thing you noticed, I did not flip it to INS here. All that's going to do is take over my gauge here. Now, I could, but I kind of like being able to tune in. You also got another one just down here. Either of these would be the best for SIVA, but this works too. And then when we get out over here, we have this one. Hut, which is actually Feng Huang, and we may be able to pick it up for a little bit, but that keeps us, going. And then we get where we're pretty much alone until we get over here. And of course, I didn't think about talking and putting up charts. Okay, what I was talking about, here's Fubei and Chula. These two would work 15.2, 15.8 plus Da Nang. Would work great in getting you aligned before going out. Also, out here, Feng Hang. Then you're on your own till you start getting close to the Taiwan island nation with this one and working your way in. Possibly Hong Kong could be picked up. I think we're too far away, but it's possible. Don't think it isn't. Well, look who's here. Mr. Godspeed, welcome aboard. All right, put myself back in track here. There we go. So what's your day looking like? Hopefully not snowy.
Oh, it's very snowy.
Oh, it's snowy. I was going to say, I hope...
I mean, it's starting to fade away. I mean, but there's still not decent snow anymore.
Ours is gone, but we're expecting another inch Sunday. I think I saw something about. For right now, we're 35 degrees, so after a very cold day yesterday.
I mean, you could partly see grass, but you could see more snow than grass.
I got it. I remember those days in that area. I remember, actually, I always was wishing for more. I was in high school, though. But you'll oh, wait a minute. What did I do wrong here? Oh, no, that's right. Never mind. You'll appreciate this. You know, I clean floors for a grocery store here in town. Outside yesterday, it was cold. It was like 15, 20 degrees, something like that. And working with water just makes it that much colder.
Awesome.
Yep. And, you know, I did that as a firefighter. And my gloves were not the gloves I had in the Air Force, which seemed to repel water much better than what we had. But, oh, yeah, my hands were like bricks.
You had to clean out the entryways and all that with salt.
Well, they actually, by the time I usually get to work, employees have already done that, usually. I get in at around lunchtime, so, and they've been open probably 4 or 5 hours. So, now if it starts snowing when I'm there, they'll probably go, Flying with Mike, would you please come put the ice melt down? Somehow I don't think that's how it'll sound over the PA, but that works. Would love for it too, because I get a little advertisement. But yeah, right now it's 35 degrees. Might be something you're looking forward to coming your way. We're supposed to get close to 40 today and 40s tomorrow and part of Sunday, I think.
It's 50 here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Good deal. That'll get rid of a lot of it. Nice. Well, where we're flying, it's in the 80s. Tropical Pacific. All right, let's get our next one up here, even though we're not aligning. What was it? What are you? $14.7. Oh, wow, we tuned it in. Holy mackerel. Yeah, we definitely won't pick up Hong Kong. If that's only 130 What's it say? 132 miles out. Hong Kong will easily be 200 or 300 miles off course. VORs don't usually last that long, but that's okay. So when are you going to start flying to 747-200?
Probably never.
I've got to get out there and look to see if it's in the store, the cargo version, and then get on Felis and find out how to get the GE.
It should be in the store.
I don't. Yeah, I've seen a lot of pre-release, but I haven't seen any. It's here. You know what I'm saying? Now I'll go there right now. Let's see. X-plane. So did you read through the roadmap?
I did.
I'm kind of looking forward to it. Oh, yep, there. Oh my gosh, please tell me I don't have to pay that much for it.
No, you should have a discount and only have to pay 30 for it.
Okay. I look for it. I also want to.
I think it's what, 80 bucks?
It's 70 just for the freighter. Boy, that looks nice. Very nice. Looking at the screenshots.
You already
Ooh, what's this?
screwed something up.
Oh, a different engine panel. Oh. Oh, that'll be neat if it shows the cargo when they're loaded. That'll be cool.
I'm pretty sure it does.
Yeah. Now, see, I'm trying to figure out how you get those GE engines on the passenger version. And I've got to get with Felis on that. Because it's probably a simple mod. Oh, for a second there, I was about to think about getting that Mango Studios sound pack. That's for the Dash 8. Don't think so. Oh, wow. Here's your chance to get the classic, man. The passenger version's only 50 bucks. 20 bucks savings.
The classic version of what?
The 747-200. This.
I already have it.
You have it? Oh, dang. I thought you said you were never going to fly it.
Well, that probably still stands, even though I own it. It's like I own the
Oh,
Concorde, and I never.
what do we
flew
got
it.
here? Matt Air. I'm excited for the next gen scenery they were talking. That's interesting, and I never realized this is the scenery that's in X-Plane. When I really was torqued off at Microsoft back early 2000s with the firing of the gaming studio that they did and the way they went about it, I was looking at X-Plane then, bought X-Plane 6, and the scenery was horrible. Even worse. I mean, it was like non-existent. It almost seemed like a bit better to have been non-existent. Although landing could be tough not seeing a runway. But anyway, an aircraft looked like toys. Anyway, that's the past. I heard when X-Plane 8 came out, the scenery was massively updated back then. And that's what we're still running on, I think, today. Although it's been tweaked and updated along the way. I think that's the general what we're seeing. And I don't mean to slight X-Plane there, but boy, if this, I can't wait for this next gen scenery like Matt 1997. Really looking forward to it.
I just hope it doesn't kill frame rates even more.
Well, quit running that whatever it is you're running.
I mean, I got a decent computer.
I do too for X-Plane 11.
It's a 2700X with the 3060 Ti.
So I got a 2080 GP or graphics card, but it needs to be upgraded along with the computer and all, so to be able to run the next level. Just not in the budget right now. Unless someone out there has spare cash and want to buy me one, which I'm not offering anyone to do. And I'm not giving my address out so you could send it without me knowing. Santa already knows. So, but yeah, when I saw that, I was like, wow, I can't wait to see what that's going to be like. Although I'm still a little hesitant with some of the readings I did at X-Plane and went, oh, please don't make us go back to that we had to do many decades ago with flight simming of paying for scenery. Global scenery. I understand the why, I just don't want to. All right, we are out over the, let's see, what do they call this? This is a sea of some kind. Anyway, we're out over the Pacific for sure, but there's a sea, a name for this area. Anyway, and that's why I would not do well on The Amazing Race. While pretty good with geography, not an expert. Oh, by the way, did you all have fun looking at this? I kind of get a kick out of this. I hope Navigraph charts. I know they just had a software update. Look at the disproportionate these aircraft sizes are. There's airports underneath there, and they're parked at some of these at a gate. Really bad. And don't get me wrong, mine's probably the same disproportioned as those are, but that's it looked bad in Bangkok, I'll say that much. So I hope they figure out a way to proportion the sizes to where they are.
I didn't notice that.
Oh, when I was back at the airport, VTBS had, I'm going to say it was a A340 600, and the nose was almost on that part of my route here, and it was zoomed in tight. I never got to show what I wanted in charts. I got sidetracked on something else, and oh my gosh. I'm like, come on, get this proportionately set right.
So some of them were small and some of them were huge.
Uh-huh. The heavies are huge and the rest are small.
I mean, I guess that's kind of smart. Maybe easier for ATC.
If ATC is using charts like that, they've got their own stuff.
I don't know.
If well, no, I've seen it on some streamers how they've got their own layout of their territories of where they control. And it's not, now when they fly, they'd have charts, but Yeah, that's wild.
Maybe they were going to try to focus on getting them in first before the lights.
I don't know. That's all on Navigraph for charts.
No, I mean like ATC. So they're probably going to try to get them faster into the airports.
I hope so.
Than
Oh, the
other
heavies?
planes.
You know,
Yeah.
you little Cessnas just hold for about 2 hours. The heavies go ahead of you. I actually could see that, by the way, at some airports. At some controllers, I could see that.
I mean, it probably even happens in real life.
No, it doesn't. In real life, these big airports, Cessnas aren't allowed unless you're a citation. That's what the little airports are for around it. But now, airport like mine that I worked at there at Scott Air Force Base, yeah, you could bring them in because airliners aren't landing every 2 minutes or taking off. You'd be shocked where caravans may or may not be allowed.
I mean, isn't there small planes that are allowed in Boston?
To the other airports. Now, Cape Air, they have to abide by speed restrictions. But that's, I mean, they pretty much chop power right at the edge of the runway to keep speed up.
I'm pretty sure they have nonstop flights from Nantucket to Boston.
Oh, yeah. But like I said, they got to keep their speeds up big time. So, yeah, it's never fun because, and the other, you know, they got to keep it as long as possible till they have to slow down to land. But that's just to help the other aircraft. Otherwise, they're going to wait forever. And them people from Nantucket and Martha Vineyard are going to be upset. Don't want to upset them. All right, let's get a look at our fuel tanks here. Cool. This is exactly how you want your fuel tanks. Until you're at descent. And then if you're nervous with numbers, open up the reserves.
Yeah, it looks like they even redid the ATC color on the map. It looks a lot brighter.
What does?
The ATC colors on Navigraph. It glows a lot brighter.
Oh, really? I don't have any right now. I'm in an area where they're, and it's expected. I kind of knew I'd be hard pressed to find any out here in the Far East. It's like midnight, little after, little before, somewhere in that ballpark. But that's not why. I've been flying over here just checking routes that I put in for PanAm. Wishing we had more. and wishing we had a viable Hong Kong Kai Tak.
Yeah, we're probably not going to ever get one.
Well, listening to some of the talk, I'm trying to figure out how the other sim keeps it. Because every Navigraph update supposedly would get rid of it. So unless they're setting the Navigraph updates for it. So, I don't know. But it is sad because we're not, I'm not allowed to hit the other Hong Kong airport. Now, granted, I could just approve myself and it'd be fine, but I don't like doing that. That's not fair to the pilots at PanAm Virtual. And I'm pretty sure somebody would get mad at me. So. All right, folks, we're at the hour-and-a-half point to Taipei. Let me get up here. Let's see what VATSIM radar looks like. Still those red blobs off the Philippines and out to sea there.
And so you're going to be going through some weather.
Nah, I think we're going to be fine. Except maybe these, again, we're 12 hours, nearly 12 hours time rolled back. It's a possibility they could be over the airport. Or they could be further out to sea. Ooh, what airport is that? I may have to look these two up.
Oh, you're not flying real time?
No. For real time, it'd be dark. And stay dark. So when I would do this, you wouldn't see the airplane that well.
Should have, like, maybe, like, see, when I do, like, night flights, like, I usually set up for, like, 40 minutes, so that way my weather is still in time to,
You like the sunrise, huh?
yeah. So, I mean, especially if I'm shooting, like, so that way everything keeps me. It won't just be like a dark screen, you know?
Oh, I get it. Yeah, that's my only problem. And lighting effects aren't really all that great. I don't even remember if I have any here. Oh, wrong one. Nope. Yeah, it's either off or on, because auto seems to never be right. Again, it's just me. Guys that developed this plane are a lot. I've never flown on a 747, so I really don't know what it looks like in the cabin in the middle of the night. So, but I'm pretty sure many of them have. All right, by the way, speaking of the cabin, that's one thing I need to talk to him about. Actually, I need to write down most of what he told me.
Like, when you do, like, share cockpit stuff, can you do that with, like, any plane, or is it, like, limited to you so you can do it?
I have never shared a cockpit in X-Plane. Never have. I did it once in FSX and pretty well swore to never do it again.
That bad, huh?
Frame rates and all of that wise wasn't bad. It's just boredom. The other guy was flying, I was the pilot not flying, so I had radios. We weren't on VATSIM, so there's no radios. Boring. Now, and right now it'd be boring.
What if you're on VATSIM?
Not necessarily. Well, right now I'm on VATSIM, but I don't have any controllers.
I mean, what if you did have controllers?
Well, then I'd be a little bit busier, yeah. But it's a rough one because you're doing a lot of the monitoring. Technically, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to diss the pilot not flying, because it could be the guy that called the captain, and it could be the first officer, or the first officer, I should say. But they're gonna be, taking the nav sheet, making sure fuel burns are right, working with the flight engineer and all on that, so they can make sure they're going to make their destination with the correct amount of fuel. You don't want to show up below minimums. Chief pilots really don't like crews that do that. I can't imagine why. You run out of fuel, you're in deep trouble. Get to find out how the law of gravity works. Yeah. Go ahead.
I seem to always post on fuel.
I use what SimBrief tells me.
I do too.
Really? Define cutting close.
Well, like a lot of times I'm overweight, but
I'm finding that with the A320CO. I've been having that issue a lot. But there you have it, folks. The Felis 747-200 cabin. They did a pretty good job with it. Now, when we get the cargo, once the budget now allows.
Which probably explains why I'm doing a lot of bad landings.
No, I haven't determined yet with my CEO, A320 CEO. Uh-oh, come on, there we go. If that's why sometimes I get bad landings, or if it's just bad data. Garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah.
So, now, as I'm understanding, if you get the cargo version while I'm out here, of course, this is all the seats, not all of these seats, but this is where seating is. Down below is cargo, which is how it should be. So, anyway, get back up here in the cockpit. And there you have it. Nice little tour of the cockpit. I really would have. We had one or two flights at the airport I used to work at with the 747-200 there. Both of them Northwest, flying charters to the sand pit over in the Middle East. And I would have loved to have got up there, seen the cockpit to see, just to see it for myself. But they came in, they figured it out and came in on days I didn't work. By the way, folks, the reason that came up as an E, that's the alpha numeric. Numeric below is 1. So if it says A up here, I selected wrong. I should have gone there, enter. Then we'll come down here, do the same thing. Now, where I was screwing up the last time we flew this big time, I would double enter, and that put it on manual instead of auto sequencing like it's doing. And let's see, we'll go. Dang it, I did it again. We'll just leave it on course. All right, and we're on our way. Now, here's Hong Kong right here. So most likely we'll not be able to pick up any signals. We're going to try. Oh, wait, you don't see that. Here's Hong Kong. Okay, a lot of aircraft on the ground. Of course, Saitek over here. But we're going to try. Here's a lot of aircraft here. Saitek was right where that NDB. I think that NDB. Now I'm thinking it might have been here. But anyway, Saitek was over here. 112.3. Let's try that. Now, I know for a fact we're way too far out. Let me show you where we are. If anything, I could probably pick up these guys right here. Possibly. It depends the strength and all of these VORs. But like I said, DBA 15.4, yeah, we should be able to get that. For a few miles. And I lied. About 17.5. There we go. So we'll get, you know, we would be able to update a little further down, but then Hong Kong would be problematic. I'm thinking that's 200 to 300 miles away. All right, folks, I am going to take a quick break, use the restroom, actually, more importantly, stretch my legs and be right back. All right, folks, I'm back. We got about an hour to go to Taipei. I may have to quickly break away to close a window. I'm trying to cool the office a little bit. But other than that, we've got a great flight underway. As the Queen of the Sky cuts across the I'm not even going to say it, just the South Pacific here towards Taiwan. Clipper 800. Want to welcome y'all aboard and say thank you. It's been actually a fun flight, even though we had a little hiccup with the INS system, getting that up and going with the LTN, getting onto the right route. Learning again a little more. Yeah. Great flight ahead. All right, now let's get in the cockpit. Let's see if we lost any. We're about to lose them both. 112. 3. Well, I'll be doggone. We are picking up Hong Kong. How about that? All right, let's get ahead here. Oh, that works so much better now. It's killing me, actually. 113.7. And by the way, you would run this out till both go 0 to get it as close to on course as possible for your INS systems before you can't tune in anymore. And then over time, drift will set in. As soon as you get within range, so find out your furthest VOR or closest VORs, and then figure out about 180 miles out, they should start picking up and closing you back on track. It's not like you're 100 miles off course. You're just veering about whatever the drift is, going on. I am really shocked we're only 160-ish miles from Hong Kong. I figured about 200 or 300. So, but anyway, gives you, and now another tool in our, yes, we know tablets were not around with the 747-200s, but Felis gave us one. But anyway, you can go in here and, I'm sorry, hang on. There's what I'm. So you would come here, you could go to nearest DMEs, quick align, insert present positions, and so forth. Open your flight plan. That's my favorite. And you can clear all waypoints. So if something's a miss, clear them. Or go to, like I was, the nearest DMEs, and it tells you how far out they are. Where's MCU? Oh, wow. You can see how far out some of these get. Pretty. So, but anyway. Back, and we'll hold there. And that's kind of a useless map right now because, well, we're out over. It's, yeah. All right, now the one we were tuned into was right here, WCF. So technically, to keep us in line as long as possible, I'm going to go 15.5. And that'll keep us all the way to Kapli or somewhere close by. And we'll begin to get in range of TNN and all of our favorites over here. So there's a good chance you would not run out of it. I'm on simple GPS, so that's why. I got to. So another big thing, those of you that are transatlantic savvy, fly it quite a bit. I used to. I haven't in a while. Again, spoiler alert, there is a transatlantic flight coming soon. Not sure yet when I'm going to fly it, but it'll be out of Paris, just to let you know. Not sure yet what airport. Kind of waiting for some things to come together to decide which one. So, that'll be fun. And then we might kick it to where we're not simply, you know, we're going to be constantly working with it. And I'm hoping that we'll get some good fuel management out of it. One trip I can tell you for sure is if you go from London to Phoenix, you will have to manage your fuel. You'll have center tank fuel burning quite a bit, burning down. Then you'll have to work your 1 or 2 and 3 tanks down before you get the 1 and 4 working in concert, like we are right now. So spoiler alert, that's upcoming. Don't know yet when. Well, with 20 days to Christmas, are you all ready? Question mark. We're working on it. Usually we're up, done, and the house is ready. If it was up to me, I more than likely wouldn't take it down, but I'm not the one that gets to make that decision. And I get why. I mean, it would get dusty and all of that. And trees, we all know, are not easy to keep dust free. But yeah, Christmas, I just love Christmas. It just, for me, puts a, you know, it's just a little nice kick in the step there, just to the joy that comes out at Christmas time. It really is a magical time. So I hope y'all enjoy it. I don't like this camera. All right, Godspeed, you need to push some of that 50-degree air this way. We're only 38. Get those fans set up to blow west.
I'll give you 40 of it.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's only 38. Hey, that's better than yesterday. Teens and low 20s. And it's only December, as I told someone at work. Oh, I hope that's the coldest we get. Yeah, I don't think so. That's like saying, I hope that's the warmest we get this summer. 80 degrees. You know, not going to happen in St. Louis. Oh, speaking of updates, we talked about the X-Plane 12 3.2. Better Pushback had an update out there. I don't know when it came out. As did a better camera. And I knew it was coming. I just forgot my last flight to update it. But I have it on board now. I may have to change numbers on my timer that comes up here every so often. But yeah, check it out, folks. It is a really good system. I may need to tweak up my camera for the one of the flybys, the slow one. I just don't like it that far out. But that was came with X-Plane. It's something that you have to set up in Microsoft to make it work, or get software. I'm not sure. But yeah, that's a view I've always loved in X-Plane. Both of them. Oh. Oh. Having a coughing spit here. Oh. Anyway. That's the wing view that comes from Felis. You know, I kind of like it. But I'm not going to change it because that looks good the way it is. So we'll just keep on for another 45 minutes. Let's kind of look ahead here to our arrival. Let's get charts in here first before I forget. It's kind of useless to look over here at the METARs because, like I said, we are 10 to 12 hours back on time. So we'll get into it as we get Taipei in range. But you can see the route we have here to Andre, and then up to TNN VOR, and then on to the approach. All right, we're flying the Tonga 1 Bravo Alpha. Wait a minute, I could be wrong. I am sorry, Sigang. 1 Alpha arrival. Alpha being the 5s, I believe. The Bravos reverse it and coming in on the 2 3s. Okay, so let's look at it. So again, Singa 1A from TNN VOR to Melik to Bravo to Jammy. So basically what it said is from here to here to here to Jammy. Okay. No altitude restrictions that we know of. Cross Boca, Melon, Aran, Absolo. Okay. Help me out here, folks. Where are these? There's Boca, Maloney, Arlen. None of these are here. All right. I mean, really, seriously, Menon, Arlen, and Absola are not even shown on the chart. They're down here. Holy mackerel. Okay, so what they're saying is, now I got to look at my map. Holy mackerel, we're coming in over Menon. So we need to plan to be at 29,000 feet there, flight level 290. Wow. And then, of course, the clearance, if ATC is around, is by them. But that's our planning purposes, which we'll work on in a minute. Okay, now we need to figure out what runway. We will need to bring this in, and I'm going to do that. Just here's what I was talking about, Godspeed. Look at how horrible that is. It's like the whole top half of Taiwan. That's horrible. Hopefully they get that scaling down better.
I actually kind of like it.
Seeing that big plane like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Guess I lose the battle. Oh well, not the first. Won't be the last.
I mean, it's not like my opinion matters as equal to 100 people.
I mean, look at that. It's the size of the runway.
It's a heavy.
Doesn't matter. That's just too big of an icon. Way too big. All right, here's our approaches for 5 right.
Be right back.
See you when you get back. All right, ILS 5 right off Jammy. Sounds good to me, and let's take a look at it. Jammy, where's Jammy? Oh, there's Jammy. So we'll come down from Jammy to Hookah and come in on 5 right. Of course, the longer of the taxis. No biggie. 4,000 at Hookah, Tulip at 2,500, and 4.9 out at 1,600. Should be on the glide slope. Now, we could fly that RNAV. And I can hear you going, you can't fly RNAV except on an FMC. No, actually, you're wrong. The LTN is capable of RNAV. You have to control the altitude, but you are capable of flying it. And there's your different intercepts you could fly: Jammy, Felis, and March. All right, but we'll head to Jammy. From Jammy, let's get the numbers here. 110.7 054 final approach course, 1,600 feet at localizer DME 4.9. Elevation of the airport's 107 feet or 108 feet. And here's the descent path. I'm thinking about 140 to 160 will be approach. So about 800 feet a minute if we don't have a glide slope. And we'll look for an ILS or maybe see the full lighting array of ALSIF 2 and Pappy's left side. Minimums 227 feet above the ground. So we'll set our radar altimeter to that. We must have an RVR of 550 or more meters or a visibility of 800 meters or more. And currently we can't see that because, like I said, we've rolled. But if we were current, here's the conditions into their wind 0706, broken at 3,000, higher than 227, definitely, and 9999 for the visibility, which is unlimited or at least 10 miles or more, and that's higher than 800 meters. All good, perfectly good for landing, nothing significant, and we'll work all of the fun stuff out with the altimeters and all as we come in. Once we're on the ground, let's plan. I guess what we'll do is come off Sierra 7, taxi Echo, down Papa, and pick a gate. Probably part of this apron D, Delta. But yeah, I'm going to plan S7, S8 for our exit. Like I said, taxi over here. So a little bit of a long taxi. And there you see it. Boy, that scaling is, whoa, wicked. Now out over land, away from airports and all, it's great, but boy, that's horrible at the airport. Okay, let's get rid of charts. And we're about 30 to 40 minutes out from our Taipei, Taiwan arrival. Hope y'all enjoy. So we cruise along for a nice, easy flight. All right, we're back with you. Had to get that window down a little bit. Unfortunately, this will be the only flight as of right now. It's a possibility I could do a second one, but I'd like to do that more. Well, actually, it would be more appropriate, but like to do that one around the times we are right now. So, but anyway, not worried about it. Let's just worry about getting into Taipei. 5 right. And again, if you're looking to join a PanAm Airlines virtual airline, check us out at PanAm Virtual. There's not many of us out there, but we'd sure love to have you join us. Go to http://VAMSIS V Victor A Alpha Mike Sierra Yankee Sierra India Oscar /register/ Papa Alpha Alpha. We'd love to have you. Great software. We got a great crew working here. If you're into TWA and PanAm, it's a great place to go. But we thank you so much in advance for joining. All right, we are needing to figure out when we're coming down to 29. That's 10, 30, let's call it 40, 50 miles out of Menan, and then work our way in. So I hope you've all had a great week this first week after Turkey Day here in the U.S. Thanksgiving. By the way, I've asked it on every stream so far. I'm going to do it again. Did you catch the littlest float ever in the Macy's Day Parade? It's out there on the internet. Just look for it. Great idea. I loved it when I saw it. All right, we got our minimum altitude set. Now we're just waiting to get within that 40-mile range of Mueang. So we'll look for it right here. Okay, we should be in range, I think, of 13.7. Let's make that 13.3. Okay, and 13, what did we say, 7? Okay, outbound will be 010. Cool. All right. So it looks like Parpa will be pretty close to when we start our descent. Let me show you that. So it's saying 31 miles from Caesar to Mueang, 16. That's close enough to me that by Parpa, I want to be going down. Matter of fact, let's put this on altitude hold for now. Okay, now let's back out. So we are starting to get pretty close to Andre, where we turn northeast for Sigyan VOR and inbound 25 right. All right, let's get our numbers. $12,400. Why it's partially filled in is yours truly. Yeah, well, he messed up. Okay, try. That'll work. Okay, so 148 roughly to 150. Again, about 800 feet a minute. What we'll plan if we don't have the glide slope. Glad to have you aboard. Hey, if you're on YouTube, we'd love you to smash that subscribe button. Join us if you haven't already. Love to grow the community. We're working hard to try to hit that 1,000 viewer mark by subscribing. Also, by the way, that's free. If you like what you see, hey, give us some comments. Let us know what we can do different, make it better. And if you like it, thumbs up it. We'd love that too. But yeah, we are just about there, folks. We got about 25, 30 minutes to go. And love to have you. Now, if you're on Twitch, we'd love you to hit that follow button. Lets us know, one, if you're new, you're out there, great. Love you. Love to see you on future flights. And two, let us know in Discord or in the comments what you think, what you'd like to see a little different. There isn't a whole lot we can do about cruise flight other than, you know, if you have any ideas, love to hear them. But again, thanks for flying with us. We sure appreciate it. And one last announcement in that regard. YouTubers, if you would like to, and your time zone permits, normally, and today was a little bit of an exception, we try to get going earlier, but we try to go around 1700 Zulu on Twitch. Now, many times we're already up and going, but 1700 Zulu Universal Time, whatever you call it, GMT, is when we aim to go. If you're in the U.S. Central Time, that's 11 o'clock. Elsewhere, do the math. And I realize some of those time zones out there, that is way too early, way too late. Depends how you want to look at it. Glass half empty, glass half full kind of person. But just know that if you would love to be a part of the live Flying with Mike, we'd love to have you. Check the Twitch channel or our Discord channel for the scheduling. Occasionally we do pop up with a flight, but not, you know, it doesn't happen too much. Okay, we are turning towards Taiwan. Welcome, you have made it, folks. And Parapa is on the horizon. And you're all going, well, I don't see it on your nav display. That's because this plane's long before nav displays. This is when flying was flying. All right, we are inbound Sigang VOR. We will be in descent here shortly. Let's take a look down here. It's 50 miles to Menam, and that is where Menan, sorry, where we needed to be for our top of descent. 29,000. That is per the chart. All right, now go ahead, select altitude select. Otherwise, you'll blow through 29,000 without realizing it. So hope you've enjoyed this nice couple hour flight from Bangkok to Taiwan. Got some choices in Taiwan. I may put a poll out here soon. I've got to remember how to do that as to which airport I want to fly to next. Let me, for now, silence the music. Let's start our descent. I really love the numbering on this dial. Really helps to set that initial so I can come back, look at where we actually ended up. And we're right on target. Now, what I will do here is dial this up to like 300. When the white needle reaches 300, I'll switch it into IAS mode or IAS hold. And I need to get that descent under control here. There we go. The dialing down. But anyway, I'm glad to have had y'all aboard. Thank you. Thank you for the turnout. We sure appreciate it. And we'll be on the ground in about 20 minutes or so. Let me see something up here. All right, we're getting close. And again, all we're going to do, we'll use it here because the sunlight sometimes is pretty bad. When the white speed line meets our little speed bug here, I'm going to click to IAS. So now you see speed. So now the throttle is governed at 300, no longer the Mach number up here. All right, those curious how that works. Anything? Oh, we're getting some painting of storms off to, let's take a look here. In this general direction. Cool. I wish we could bring up the contact and down on the range. I'm sure the real pilots, well, I wish we could too. we're getting fast. Kind of watch it, see if it'll start slowing on its own. All right, how are we doing? There's 29,000. We got 4 miles, and then it is from there down to our arrival. I think we have one other in. Yeah, I don't know who that track is, huh? Interesting. Okay, we're level at flight level 290. By the way, transition here in Taiwan, 11,000, 13,000. So between 13 and 11, we'll make sure to have the proper numbers in. Let's pull up the map real quick. Nope, not there yet.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
Damn. On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Low.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Altimeters.
1013. Set and cross-check.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Wait. Off. EPR computer. This. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
Oh, guess what I didn't put in? I didn't put in the route, so hang on a second. Let's yeah, I kind of just realized that looking at the map and went, why am I there? And I went, I'll be doggone. So at Mish, we'll turn by the chart to 022 to Bravo, continuing our descent. Bad pilot. See what I mean? Those pretty boys up there just mess it up all the time. That's kind of scary. I didn't switch it. Oh. No. Yeah, none of this is inputted in there. All right, so we'll just kind of track a little bit here. Weather is still showing off to the east. Radar still shows it, unless it's showing map. I don't know. Shouldn't be. It should be showing the radars. Okay, so one correction we'll have to work on is forgetting to put in the fix information. We forgot all about that from TNNN. I could have at least put it into Jammy and then work the intercept. But oh well, that was my bad. Okay, currently the descent looks pretty good. We're coming on what is that, 15,000 here shortly, and Bravo's up ahead. As long as we cross Bravo below 10,000 feet, I think we can make our 4,000 at the initial for the ILS.
Cabin crew, prepare for landing. 10,000.
And if you're curious what it is right now in Taipei, there's the weather. We're coming in about 12 hours before this. Well, we got down to 7,000 a lot quicker than
Level off.
I was thinking.
Cabin ready.
All right, again, exclamation mark the word predict, space and a negative number will get you to see how close you can get to what I'll do for landing, because it's been a while with this plane, so it could always be, you know, you never know.
Localizer alive.
What? Wow. That would have been fun. All right, and we'll start our descent here in a few minutes. A couple of miles down the way here to 5,000, and then head down to 4 after jamming. Again, thank you so much for flying with us out of Bangkok to Taipei. Clipper 800 is the flight we're flying. Lovely 747-200. Hope you've had a wonderful work week. Hope things are going well. Hey, folks, it's Friday. Enjoy it. Stay safe. Love to see you on our next flight. This is that time of the year when the holiday celebrating is really peaking, and just stay safe out there. All right, Jammy is 098. So we'll do 95 down to 4,000. Keep an eyeball that stays altitude select. We're going to go ahead and slow to 220.
Flaps 1.
Taipei traffic, Clipper 800 heavy, approximately 15-mile final, 5 right.
Flaps 5. Flaps 10.
Okay, we have the glide slope. Good deal. Now we just got to find a runway. Anyone seen a runway out here? Okay. Okay, we're on glide slope, so that alarm was okay.
Flaps 20. Gear down. Gears down, green light.
Now this is when I bring the yoke back. Actually, it just can be very... I actually think I see the runway.
Flaps 25. Flaps 30.
Landing checklist.
Gear.
Down and check.
Down and check. Flaps.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 30. Spoilers.
Armed.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid.
Check.
Altimeters. 1019. Set and cross-checked. Landing checklist completed.
Okay, we're on speed on. We are cleared to land. And Taipei traffic, Clipper 800 heavy, 5 mile final, 5 right. Okay, flaps full, gears green, brakes set, spoilers armed. We're cleared to land. Getting a little high.
$1,000.
We'll be landing shortly. Please make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened.
Okay, speed on the numbers. And we're still just not lining up.
500.
Okay, we will be landing. Taipei traffic, Clipper 800 heavy, short final, 5 right.
Approaching minimums.
Landing.
Minimums.
Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Pull up. Pull up. Glide slope. Glide slope.
$50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Check reverse. Auto brake off. Out, off, reverse. 60 knots.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination airport.
Taipei traffic, Clipper 800 heavy off at Sierra 6 to parking.
Flaps up.
All right. Welcome in. Off, off, off. All right, now we'll taxi down Echo. And we'll take some of those northern spots in Zone D. Again, we're in Taipei. Welcome aboard. Actually, welcome. Okay, radar standby, paddle 5. So, hope you enjoyed that flight, folks. I don't know the total length yet. We'll get that in a minute. But that was a fun flight. As we taxi in. Okay, spaceman, what's a hard landing to you? That was 280 feet a minute. Or was it? Hang on. It's only 378 feet a minute. 1.5 Gs. The airplane's fine. Sorry, I was reading who won that since nobody else dared to try. But hey, welcome in, sir. Giving me a hard time like that. I tell you, these CEOs, who do they think they are? Worse than an engineer.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Outer brakes.
Off.
Ignition.
Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Off.
Radar and transponder.
Standby.
Flaps.
Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
Hold on. 7 units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Off. APU. Check. Checklist completed.
Parking brake set.
All right. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. Welcome in. Let's see here. Brakes are set. Let's check the APU. Should be up and running and is. All right, let's shut them down.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on.
Chocks are on.
Cabin crew, disarm slides. Cabin crew, doors may be opened.
It looks like they wanted us up further. Oh, wow. No. All right, well, we'll have to have an air stair brought out to us.
Cockpit to ground. Connect ground power.
Ground power connected.
All right, I'm just getting a couple things to try out next time. Okay, let's run it.
All right, secure cockpit checklist.
Brakes.
Parked.
Beacon lights.
Off.
INS.
Be careful when opening the
Align.
engines, as hand luggage may
Probe and
affect
window
the
heat.
flight and could cause
Off.
Please
Back
check
valves.
the pockets for personal belongings.
Check.
On
Fuel
behalf
boost
of the
pumps.
captain and the entire crew,
This.
we would like to thank you for joining us and looking forward to seeing you on board again in the near future.
Off.
Thank you and goodbye.
Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. This. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
All right, get the passengers going real time off the plane and back to checklist.
Emergency lights.
Off.
Radar.
Hold on. Off.
INS. Off. Radio switches. Let's see.
Checklist completed.
All right, there we go. And that's basically the plane. We made a couple of errors in it, but overall looks pretty good. So I'm trying to think, where are, wrong one. Let's see, where are we on passengers? Okay, we'll just kind of hang out here. Yeah, we're too far back. That's why the jetways aren't working. We were probably needed to be probably past the shadow here, which, oh well, who knew? That's okay. Well, when we take off out of here, it'll be in the right spot. Oh, but anyway, welcome aboard. Thanks I keep wanting to say welcome. Thanks for flying with us out of Bangkok to Taiwan. Let me take a look here. All right, and just want to do a quick check here. Pyreps. Okay, we got 80 points out of it. That's cool. Where's our landing rate? They got us at... They don't make this easy to find anymore. Flight details, taxi in. Here we go, 239, 1.6 Gs. Not bad for a 7.4. Could have been worse. I flared. I don't know if I flared enough or not, but hey, we'll take it. So cool. We can go ahead and close that window. All right. Let's take a look at Elevatech. They'll be the first one. They'll probably be more in track with them. By the way, that is the cargo doors automatically closing as Taiwan's China Airlines taxis in or out for departure. Oh, I clicked the wrong one. Sorry, folks. Here we go. There's Elevatech. All right. So let's first complete the flight. All right, they got us at 240 at 127 knots. That's a little slow. So maybe hold the power a little longer, 1.3 Gs. So there. Beautiful. To me, a beautiful landing. Let's zoom in on it and see how we did touching down. Wow, not bad. About 2,000 or so feet down the runway and pretty close to that center line. That is a really good landing where we did on the runway. We should have came back maybe and used Whiskey 2 to get over to the ramp, but you know what? It worked out the way we did it. So now we're going to turn our attention, to, oh, excuse me, folks. All right, who's making all that racket? Oh, they parked next to us. Isn't that special? Let's pull Elevatech out, put Sim Toolkit in. The unofficial scorekeeper of flying with Mike. Why? Because they're usually pretty hard on us. All right, 378 feet a minute, 126, 1.5 Gs. Okay, a little on the hard side, but really, in a big plane like that, that's not bad. But yes, the professionals do a better job. All right, let's view some details. This is what we got off of Elevatech and the site. 3 hour, 35-minute flight, 1,340 miles. Burned 36,000, nearly 700 kilograms of fuel. And we already know the rates. Let's see where they put us at. Watch them say we should have landed on 5 left. Hey, we got the right one. How about that? 2,050 feet down the runway, 10 feet off the center line. Win-win. Yes, we did good. Numbers look good. Yeah, we could have came up a little bit more on the nose with a little bit of power. And, yeah, But you know what? That's good. Good flight, great landing. Couple of mistakes en route, some for you all to ponder. Hang on a second. The big one being I've still got to work on departure. I still end up not going to the right fix, and I got to work on that. Second big mistake we made, we forgot to put the arrival in. And what that means is you got to put each fix in. It's not like in our case here, the Sigang 1 Alpha arrival. We have to put in each of those fixes to our ILS. And that's how you do the RNAVs in these aircraft. All right, so wonderful flight. Glad to have all of you aboard. Spaceman chimed in there to tell me it was a hard landing. Hey, he's the boss, I guess. I doubt it, but I guess. Maintenance can look at it. It's going to be on the ground for a little bit anyway. So y'all enjoy. Hey, it's Friday. Be safe out there. We are going to wrap it up here. I really hope you enjoyed, and we'll see you again on our next flight. Tentatively set for Sunday. Let me bring that up, those of you here on Twitch. Tentatively from Milan's Linate Airport to Paris Orly. So hope you all can join. Could happen earlier, don't count on it, but I'm pretty sure we'll be doing that Sunday. And then from there we'll figure it out. So y'all have a great night. Again, thanks for flying with us. God bless. Let me see if we can find someone here on Twitch to hand this over to. And YouTube, we'll see you on the next flight.